All right, good morning, everyone. It's 9:31, 2023. Market just opened, and we're here looking at SPY, and SPY looks like about to break the high of 3 days ago. So, strategy today is to just stay on the sideline until our setup is formed. Not going to be looking for any opening range breakout or breakdown. Just being on the sideline, and let's look at what the market is going to give. AMD is about to, already broke the pre-market high. So AMD just passed through 139.48. That is the pre-market high. The one that I'm watching AMD, Tesla. Mara is having some move as well. Mara had a nice move yesterday, and today is gap up by 3.8%, so very strong. With Mara, I also like watching coin. Coin right here is a gap up by 1.3, not as much as Mara. So just putting in that level. Affirm had been such a mover as well. Today it's a gap up by 8.4%. Already formed an opening range breakout. AMD is just so strong here. Just looking at a smaller time frame here with AMD, just 2 minutes. Still has a bunch of order at 140.80, 0.90. This is still gonna go up. So since AMD already had that move, I am gonna be looking at other stocks here. Affirm also broke that high, having a little bit of a pullback. At this point, it's too early for any reversal, so not planning for any reversal at all. Let's see what Apple is doing. Apple created that hammer yesterday, and then now is just going above that hammer from yesterday. So the most interesting here is AMD. $139 was the breakout there. All right, Mara having a pullback here. Mara looking, let's see here below the VWAP, touched 20.9 and then had that reversal at 20.9. Looking at the 5 minutes, 5 minutes with Mara, very wicky. Long wick at the top, long wick at the bottom. This is a very hard stock to trade. Still has a bunch of orders sitting at the ask with that big wick at the top and at the bottom on the 5 minutes. That's already telling you that, yeah, it's a very hard stock to trade. So we'll stay away from Mara. Tesla, what is Tesla doing today? Pre-market low here and pre-market high. Affirm here, still very strong, having some resistance at 47.65. back in Mara. Yeah, although this one has not a lot of volume when it's pushing up, I just don't like how big that wick is. That means how much of the risk are you willing to take here? That would be 40 cents if you have your entry here to the short and then stop losses at the top. That will be a lot. Plus there's a lot of yeah, lots of volume sitting at the ask here, lots of prints in the ask, so this one still has the way to go up. Coin having a pullback. Is Coin daily almost looking the same as Mara? Coin pulling back, so Mara most likely will pull back as well, but I just don't like that wick. All right, AMD already left without us. 140. This is a critical level in AMD. That is 3 days ago. That's the high of that wick. And our SPY is just almost flat with SPY. So no open position yet, just watching SE here, not a lot of volume. SE had been very unpredictable lately. Back in Mara, volume bar in Mara in 2 minutes is dying here. So what I'm looking at is Coin already had a pullback. Coin's daily is almost all-time high as well, which is like Mara. Now will Mara have a pullback as well? I would like Mara to test 20.9. That is the high of today, which is, yeah, it's gonna go there. There's a lot of prints that are green, as well as there are a lot of orders sitting right here at the ask, which is very bullish. So while waiting for that, let's look at Amazon. Amazon already is having a pullback here. So Amazon had a good pullback. It had a rejection in the R3 in the 15 minutes. Okay, back in Mara. Mara about to test the high of the day, which is 20.9. Big order at 21 for Mara. 302, put 2 zeros at the end. You're talking about 30,000 shares there. So Mara looks like it's gonna head to 21. Looking at Amazon as well. Amazon already had a move though. All right, Mara 21.10 is the next sprint here. All right. Yeah, Amazon had already its move. All right, back in Mara. Yeah, this one is so strong. It's now at the R3 at the 5 minutes. Looking at our pivot point analysis here, yesterday closed on top of R3 S3, and right now look at that R3. It was where it bounced. All right, Python, not a lot of volume. We are at R4 in Mara. Amazon having that pullback. How far is the pullback gonna be? We don't really know. Thank you. All right, so we had that pullback, and then that pullback had this one. This level right here is the pre-market low. That pre-market low 153 still has a bunch of orders sitting at the bid for Amazon. Wow, look at AMD here. So no positions yet. Mara still is strong here. Even Affirm is strong. SPY is just flat. The nice short in Amazon here happened at that R3 or that VWAP. But yeah, Amazon is just so tough to trade though, because yesterday was such a big move, a volume of 107 million, that it can just fill this or it can just run up again as well. But how much of that can we risk? That's why I'm just in the sideline. Is this an all-time high? No. Going to weekly, it's, yep, not an all-time high. All right, what is Mara doing now? Let's see if Mara is going to give us some signs of exhaustion, but it's just 943. So 9 at R4, we have a rejection there, but we do have orders sitting right here at 21.17 for Mara. So this is not a reversal. This is just a little bit of a pullback, some profit takers before this one goes up again. Amazon has a bunch of orders sitting at the bid here. Still can have that continuation. Oh my, look at AMD here, 140. All right, Mara having that first pullback here. Rejection at the R4 with Mara. Volumes, is it there? 2110, some orders right there. 21.05. So this one, you're risking 20 cents if you go in now, just looking at the 2 minutes. But there's still a lot of order at 21.10, so yeah, I'm not convinced that that's ready for reversal. What is Plug doing? Plug is 6.6 million actively being traded. Just looking at my watch list, seeing if there's any other stocks that's not have done the move yet, because at this point, yeah, there's no reversal that's happening yet. So PR hit our scanner here, but it's not moving as much though. But yeah, we'll keep an eye as well on PR. So pre-market low is all the way down 12.84. 13.37 is the pre-market high. This is a gap down. All right, AMD first pullback here. How much of a pullback? We don't know. So no trades to take there. Amazon here still has some room to go down to S3 to the downside. So that's most likely is the next destination for that. Look at Mara. This is the reason why we stayed away from shorting this one, because we already saw there's a bunch of large number sitting at the ask. That means, yeah, it is just profit takers before this one run up again. The only thing that's weak here is Nvidia with all the list, but Nvidia is such a high price stock that I just don't want to trade this one as well, because of it's gonna tie all my capital there. PR not moving. Okay. Wow, AMD had a big rejection there. 143 all the way to 142. All right, going back to Mara. 20.9. Yeah, this one is just so strong. All right. So just going back and forth, Mara and Amazon here. Thing with Amazon though is, I am thinking of Amazon can just test the the price action from yesterday, or it can create a new all-time high. So Nvidia already had that pullback. We were calling out that Nvidia is weak. SPY just close to the VWAP. Mara. All right. Mara has that resistance at 21.27. Look at this 220 orders here. So that's 22,000. This is still gonna push higher. PR is just the one in the scanner. Let's see, PR is not a low float. It's 395 million actively being traded. Is this? PR is above the VWAP at the daily. If it's above the VWAP, I have to consider whether it's just gonna, not as a big move to the downside, because this one is a gap down more than 3%, although there's not a lot of volume, but 13.11, 13, this one, looking at 15 minutes. Yeah, not a lot of volume here. The 5 minutes looking weak here, just playing around VWAP 13.13, that we're risking 13 cents here. Not a lot of volume. 4.7. Yesterday, 7.7 million was the one that 12.9. We're talking about 20 cents, not a lot. AMD, that was a big rejection there. Back in Mara. Mara just had some consolidation here in the 2 minutes. But still 21.06 is the most likely gonna go there. So rejection at 21.26. Now we're at the VWAP. Yeah, let's just watch Mara, what it'll do at the VWAP. Coin also having a pullback. So yeah, no trades yet for me here. Okay, Amazon now. So this is the pullback. Still has that long way to go to S3 for Amazon, which is 152.74. All right, AMD had a pullback right here at 141. Buyer step in at 141.26 with AMD. Just trying to look at the 15 minutes here, trying to be a little cautious for today, since everyone is just almost an all-time high. All right, so we were looking at this PR, so gradually moving slowly here. 1305, 1313. All right, Piton getting interesting here. Piton has just less than a million volume, putting in a level as well. Pre-market low, pre-market high, 6.11, 6.2. We are only talking about 30 cents move there, but all right, Mara. Back in Mara, now we have big orders as well at the bid. Coin is still pushing higher. R4 here is so far the high of Mara. The thing with having an all-time high, it's just very hard to short this one. You know that the momentum there to the upside is there, not to the downside. So back in Piton has not a lot of volume, but Piton had created 6.02. This one is just 30 cents. Yesterday it closed below the R3 S3, our pivot point, and then now had a bounce up at R3. Plug as well. How's our volume? 9 million for plug. All right, plug had a rejection in R3. Plug is getting interesting here. With the rejection on R3, yeah, I am short bias in plug. But this one, just a very small mover. So I'm gonna have to put in some volume here. So this is gonna be my first trade. Shorting plug here. We do have a bunch of orders as well in our ask here. What I like about plug is the R3, S3. The good entry here could have been at 449. So knowing that I am late by 0.04 cents, yeah, stop loss here is 4.54, 4.5. What I saw here is, so stop loss here is 4.5. Average cost is 4.43. Let's see. This one, this probably will take some time just because we don't have a lot of volume there. 9.4 million only. So the good entry here could have been at that 449 with a stop loss of 456. A little bit late. So, but what I saw here is the 15 minutes in the pivot point analysis. It had that rejection in R3. So this rejection right here in R3 yesterday was also pulled back. We are now at the VWAP right there. So expect some consolidation to happen. All right, so yeah, just one position, short plug with average cost, not the best, 4.43. So this is my entry right here, 4.43. Let's change this one so I can have a reminder. And stop loss here is 4.56. I am, once we broke the VWAP, then I am gonna risk and just move my stop loss to 4.5. So far, yeah, we do have a bunch of orders sitting at the ask as well. So this one can just have that pop as well. So we have to consider that. Amazon still heading lower. This is not the most exciting stock to trade, but since everyone had did its move, we have to see the one that has a higher probability. And so far, this is the one that we get to see. Okay, SPY having a pullback. In the 5 minutes with SPY, what is happening? So 443, 439. So that one was just, we still have some bunch of prints here, 4.38. SPY pulling back. So yeah, we're just short plug here. Mara, let's look at Mara now. Mara, 1 minute having a pullback as well, but that's also because SPY is having a pullback. So how long is the pullback gonna happen? We don't know. As well as Mara, could just be some profit takers as well. So back in plug, the low of this candlestick is 4.37. All right, so average cost 4.43, that 4.37. I know we're talking about just pennies here, but it did touch that moving average there. Amazon still weak. 4.37 here. So 4.4, we're back to that again. So let's see the 15 minutes. So what I'm looking at and seeing in 15 minutes is, that's why I call this one out, is we had a rejection at R3. Yesterday was weak. We are under R3S3 and then rejection here at R3. So we can potentially go to S3 here. And yeah, that's our pivot point analysis there. So plug is working nicely here. We did not want to chase Mara AMD just because it's already did its move, and yeah, it's very risky. So this level right here, what is that level? 4.35, that is now the support that we're trying to break off. So for this trade, unless you increase your share size, this is not going to be a significant mover. All right, SPY is at the VWAP here. Just so I can protect what I have, what I'll do is, I haven't tried any partialing yet, but I will move my stop loss to break even. All right, so my stop loss now at plug is at break even. So even if I'm looking at other stocks to trade, if this one just pops, then I will be out of that trade without occurring any loss. Now Amazon, this is the level that I was looking at earlier. So you have your R3, S3. It's now touching the S3 here. We do have a lot of a long way to go down here, because yesterday the low of the body is 150. Will it go there? High probability is probably it can. So plug 4.36 acting as a support there. All right, so what is Amazon doing at that at S3? S3 there, we did had a bounce, 152.71. Plug is working nicely. We are heading to S3 in plug. Amazon here in S3, it is bouncing off of that S3. Now, if SPY has a bigger pullback, because SPY is testing, it reached that 3 days ago high. If that serves as a rejection in SPY and SPY have a bigger pullback than Amazon, this S3 is not going to be a bouncing point, but rather it is gonna turn into a resistance, and it's just gonna go even lower. So, but if SPY is strong and Amazon, so let's see, if SPY is strong, have an all-time high and just push through 3 days ago's high, then most likely S3 will be a support with Amazon. So plug here is still working nicely. Not the best looking stock, but it's giving us the setup. We have the R3, we have the S3 here, and that's why we entered this trade. The 15 minutes looks like this. So all right, so lowering it down just that below the body of this. I can't go all the way down here because that's gonna stop me out. That's why if for the next set of candlestick, that's the time that I can lower down my stop loss. Piton as well, look at this one, had that inverted hammer. I just stay away from Piton, although we put in our level because not a lot of volume there. All right, Amazon, we're watching at S3. Big volume bar here at S3. So the momentum here for this to go down is still there. So yeah, I don't think S3 is going to be a bouncing point here with Amazon. AMD had a nice pullback. So let's see, look at this V reversal there with AMD. With AMD though, there will be a lot of buyers waiting for this AMD to show some sign of strength, and they will write this one up. All right, back in Amazon, look at this S3. We're now opening higher high. So if Amazon goes above 153.20, this one could be a good entry to the long if we don't have a lot of orders sitting at the bid. But right now there is. So 152, 76, 153. We're talking about 50 cents risk here. All right, taking long Amazon here, small position. We are using the 5 minutes here, as well as the 15 minutes showing us that R3, S3 here. So just long Amazon. So just be very careful with this one. That S3 can act as well as, it can break that S3 as well. I was just looking at SPY. SPY is having a little bit of a bounce. That's why I went long Amazon here. All right, so what's going on with Plug? Plug is just such a small mover that this one, needs some time. All right, so average cost here is not the best after I add. So average cost with my Amazon is 153.32. Stop loss here is low of this candlestick. Looking at the 5 minutes, we still don't have a lot of volume there. So that's the one that we're missing. Plug stopped me out, but that one was a green trade right there because I keep lowering down my stop loss. So yeah, Plug is a green trade, but we were all out right there. All right, we're missing volume in Amazon. So what we saw with Amazon is that S3. All right, moving my stop loss at break even in Amazon. I don't like that this one is just playing around that level. So Amazon already, my stop loss is already in place at the break even. So that one is not going to turn into a green trade, to a losing trade or to a red trade. All right, so Amazon is working nicely. Once I put my stop loss at break even, that's the time that I get to look at other stocks. Otherwise, I have to look at it like a hawk. PR was the one that we were calling out earlier as well. Not a lot of volume, 6.4 million only. It is shortable. It is very weak. Let's see, 5 minutes. Not a lot of volume though. All right, so we are still long Amazon here. Amazon is working nicely. We're able to capture that because of this pivot point analysis. You have your R3S3. It closed yesterday above that, so it's already saying that it's strong. Of course, daily is strong. And then that R3S3 had a rejection close to the R3. Remember that one is a zone. And then that R3S3 had a bounce at S3, and that's where we enter to the long. AMD, I'm looking for buyers to step in with AMD. So AMD moved 138 all the way to 143. We're talking about $5 move here. Wow. So with AMD, this one is still, I'm still long bias with this just because of how strong AMD had been for a couple of days. But Amazon is working nicely here. Yeah. PR, back in PR. Just not moving at all. Look at what plug did. So it stopped us out, but yeah, it's not giving any setup right now. All right, so back in Amazon, our trade here is working nicely. We found a hammer at the bottom. We base our trade from the daily as well as our 15 minutes. So this is the confluence, like all the indicator are lining up. Our high time frame is looking long as well. It's creating almost that all-time high. But when we look at the weekly, it is not an all-time high, but it had been a very strong stock for a couple of weeks. So look at this one. So that's why we were long bias here. So this one working nicely. We are at the VWAP. Is it wrong to take some partial at the VWAP? Not at all. So we are at the VWAP here at Amazon. There's still tons of order at 154 there. It might just have some resistance, but yeah, we're heading there. 154. 154 is right here. Look at this. The ask has a bunch of orders. Let's just look at that big prints at 154. So 153.8587 and 153.86. Some profit takers there as well. I'm looking for 154 print. We are at the VWAP. All right, trail our stop now. Anytime it goes below that moving average, we are out of this trade. So that was a big move already, but let's see. It is having a little bit of a struggle there at 153.88. Okay, it stopped me out. So, but yeah, we were able to capture that move. Yeah, I did not get to go to that 154, but we did get to capture that move there. All right, so two trades. AMD, I was talking about longing AMD here. AMD is a long, so I'm putting an order to the long with an average cost of 141.23. We have, this is not the best 9 EMA, but look at how we have that doji right here. Stop loss right here is just below this doji, 140.68. So yeah, long AMD here. AMD had been so strong, and I'm just waiting for the buyers to step in to scoop this very strong stock. So stop loss is below this doji, and average cost 141.31. Not the best. We do have a bunch of orders sitting here at the bid, so that's very bearish as well. So we have to consider that. But yeah, stop loss here is 140.68. We are at that 9 EMA. Piton looks interesting to the short. This one's, we are above that 9 EMA. 141.21, trying to see if we can see any bias. Okay, added to my position there. All right, so with that add, 141.32 is the average cost. SPY, the reason for the add is SPY is creating that almost all-time high as well, hoping that AMD can have that pushed up as well. So we are back in that. It is having that very strong resistance at 141.3. We just passed through that. Another resistance there. That's the high of this candlestick. So the 15 minutes looks like it had that 140.50 as a strong support. Expect a strong resistance at the VWAP 141.58. Okay, lots of orders sitting at the ask here, so very strong. Waiting for a pop here. There goes the, yeah, bunch of orders. Let's see. 141.50. We're heading to 141.54. We are heading to 141.60. Okay, that was a VWAP right there. So we were saying that I expect some, once it popped through VWAP, then yeah, we are good. So this one still has a bunch of asks sitting right here. Took some partial. Move my stop loss at break even. I did not like that it did not have that pop. So yeah, close that position. That was a quick one. So I took some partial and then moved my stop loss to break even, and it just hit me right there. So that one was a green trade, but very quick in and out trade, just because we are, let's see here, 141.15. That was a big rejection at the VWAP. Let's look at the volume. The good entry here, thinking of re-entering it at 141.08. 141.15. Yeah, SPY having a pullback as well, so that's not helping us if we're gonna long this one. So yeah, quick in and out trade. I was telling Piton is a good short if there is volume. So you have that twice rejection, 6.25. So we're talking about 25 cents, 15 minutes, 25, 27.02 cents risk. Let's see. All right, we are in that level again for, wanted to re-enter this one. If we can, if it can show us some sign of legit strength. Right now, there's a lot of bid, so still it's gonna pull back. All right, so with that, let's not head to force AMD. 6.23. We're talking about 20 cents here. What is, I don't like our pivot point here. So yeah, no trades there. What time is it? Okay, coin, Amazon. Yeah, this one, 153.31. That could have been a good re-entry to the long. But yeah, we missed that. So PR, let's look at PR here. PR is just moving 13.14, 12.9, only 30 cents. We're not gonna make anything out of that. All right, Mara, big rejection at 22. What is that? 22 here, 22.13. Coin still heading higher. This one hasn't shown us any red candlestick at the 15. The only time that is a good trade here is once the 15 show us some signs of weakness, red candlestick in the 15, inverted hammer at the 15. Back to Piton. Piton is, look at this, a short looking at Piton here. You have your almost double top, did not even get to touch that top all the way, and we're having that rejection. If this one is moving at least 50 cents, then that could be a good trade, but it is, we're talking about 631, 620, 30 cents. So not a lot there. All right, let's go back to our AMD here. AMD, what, 140.9. Looking at our volume bar. Yeah, volume bar is not there. 140. Thinking of doing long at AMD here. So yeah, entering long at AMD. Stop loss here is still this 140.73 here. SPY is struggling to create a new high, but that level right there is logical for me just because I can have a logical stop loss at 140. So 15 minutes, we have 140.68 as a stop loss. Support there is also this level, 140.76. That is the low of this candlestick, looking at the 15. So we're in, yeah, we are long. We entered long at AMD. SPY having a pullback, so that's not good in the 1 minute. Big volume bar at the 1 minute and SPY. That could probably also mean that buyers are getting exhausted with that. But let's see if I can add to this position. 141. We are below that moving average. There's not a lot of volume that came through here. Added to my position there in AMD. Average cost in AMD is 141.23. So 141.23. Trying to see if this time now it's ready for a pop above the VWAP. Because earlier, all right, SPY having an all day low, all day high. So AMD struggling again. Stop loss here is 140.72. So risking all right, so this is the stop loss, 140.76. All right, having a rejection there. SPY is having a rejection as well. So let's see, 140. SPY having a pullback. So this one now, since SPY is having a pullback, my stop loss here is at 141 now. So if this one goes to 141, then we are out of this trade. Just because how long is that pullback from the SPY gonna happen? It can just drop suddenly. That's why now I am tightening up my stop loss to 141. But so far, this one is a green trade because of our entry there. And we have a lot of volume sitting at the ask. So that's very bullish. 140, 140. $141, waiting for a pop. $141.36. So average cost here is 141.23. It's not popping. All right. Yeah. So I just have my stop loss at break even and it stopped me out. So yeah, all out at AMD. I don't like that it's not popping. So did not had any loss there since I pressed in my hotkey, my tab hotkey to have it at break even and it just stopped me out. Yeah, I don't like that we had another rejection there at the VWAP. So if SPY has a pullback, AMD retesting that VWAP couple of times, then the probability, higher probability now is a pullback here, especially if SPY will have a pullback. So Amazon, yeah, this one could have been a good re-entry there, but we missed that. All right, so let's see here. Retesting that level again, 141.27. SPY now is turning the tides here. Look at this, the 5 minutes. 5 minutes almost looking like it's due for a pullback. AMD. Yeah, the good entry here could have been at this, the body of this doji right now with all the rejection at the VWAP. This can pretty much just shoot up above VWAP, but also had a dramatic move down the VWAP. So I don't want to re-enter this one. It had tested the VWAP couple of times that it's high, most likely that it will have a rejection, most especially if SPY have this drop at the 5 minutes. Look at the SPY right here. This one is an inverted hammer that's looking weak. So SPY, if it's looking weak, then yeah, no edge here to enter long. This can shoot up, but yeah, no edge in that long there. All right, Mara, we're waiting for Mara for just some sign of rejection here. Piton, we were saying that this one looks like a short, but just a 30 cents. We did not want to enter. Plug, this one was a good short here at 444. Yeah. If this one was at that, but it already had that move. Oh my, this is the decision. Yeah, this can push up here. Look at this. Ask is there. Yeah, this is gonna push up to 141.50. Oh, 141.50, but that's still just a VWAP. Big rejection there at the VWAP there. Nvidia pushing up. Amazon, nothing. All right, Mara here getting interesting. We haven't seen Mara having a reversal yet. What is this? 20.35, 22. Mara had that third, or this is the fourth rejection at 22.12. There's still a lot of, that was a lot of volume, still a lot of volume. Yeah, there's still a lot of orders sitting at the ask, still very bullish there. So let's look for easy trade. Easy trade here. What is happening with Amazon? Look at Amazon. Not a lot of volume there when we're pushing up. We're heading to that very critical level, which is the high of this candlestick yesterday. I just didn't like that there's a big wick right here, because what I'm seeing with Amazon now is if SPY has a pullback at the this 3 days ago's high can serve as a big rejection, then that can help Amazon to go lower. But SPY is just so strong that, look at this one. This is what we're saying. It keeps having that rejection at the VWAP, so that's why I cannot trust this anymore to the long. Right now, tides have turned. Look at this. There's order sitting at the bid, and that's why this one, if SPY have that rejection at that 474, then AMD now is a short. The only thing though is with AMD is it already had that big move, 143, now at 141. We're talking about $2 there. So with this big candlestick, where is your stop going to be at? That's why it's difficult to short AMD at this point, because of this big candlestick at the 15. And I always like having that trade based on the 15, but with this big candlestick, it's so hard to put in that stop loss. All right, Mara having that rejection, 22.11. 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth rejection. Coin. Volume bar is dying here when we're pushing up. Coin 162, 153. Wow. Okay, this is, let's see, 161. Yeah, usually I'm more of, once it creates a new low from the previous 5 minutes, then I will have that short. But I'm also on the sideline, given that coin is having that all-time high. So it still is a strong stock. If this one is not an all-time high, then it's easy to jump into the short. But since it's an all-time high, you have to be very cautious, because the thought process there is those who miss the move here are just waiting for a little bit of a pullback before they buy it and ride it higher. All right, Amazon. Yeah, Amazon looking weak here. So let's see. 5 minutes had that rejection a couple of times, 153. Yeah, I'm short bias with Amazon here, most especially if SPY have a pullback. So let's see. I'm waiting for SPY to have a pullback and then shorting Amazon here. All right, shorting Amazon here. Stop loss here is this 153.92. I'm waiting for SPY to have a bigger move down. So let's see. Tight stop loss here in Amazon though, that 153.91. So SPY not budging. All right, added to my level to the short in Amazon. So average cost with Amazon is 153.72. So 153.72 is my average cost. All right, SPY having a pullback. First 5 minutes pullback here with SPY. So Amazon 153.70 is the average cost there after that. Boy. All right, 153.92 is the stop loss here. So we're talking about 20 cents, around 22 cents stop loss. Now looking at our pivot point, we are in the middle of that pivot point, so we're not at that confluence of, lining of all the stars. That's why this makes it a lower probability. What makes this one, a bit of a good trade is because we were waiting for a SPY to have a pullback. If SPY will not have a pullback, then it is highly unlikely that this is gonna work. But yeah, probability, might be there if SPY has a pullback, but that's why we have a tight stop loss here at 153.92. So just above that consolidation in the 5 minutes. So 153.92.93. So waiting for that print right there. If it prints 93, then I will be out of this trade. So we're now 85. Wow, Amazon, SPY had another leg up. 93 is the stop loss. 88, getting close to getting stop out here. 92, 93. Okay, out of that trade. So that one is not ready yet for a short. And that's why you don't want to, let's see, big rejection. Look at that. Big rejection there at 154. Man, it just stopped me out. Bean. All right, so re-entered short here, sorry. Re-entered short at Amazon. It had a big rejection right there. It just stopped me out. And then you know that there is, yeah. So yeah, I re-entered short. How much of a pullback this one has? It will be larger if SPY has, a larger pullback. But it just stopped me out and then I re-entered. Okay, there's a bunch of orders sitting at the bid here. 153.50 is the support that this one encountered. All right, SPY, another pullback here. 5 minutes waiting for SPY to break that support, and this Amazon trade will be good if SPY has a bigger pullback. So this is why we left AMD alone, because AMD is just not looking good anymore. All right, so big volume came through there. All right, so 5 minutes still looking weak here. Average cost 153.73. What else is moving? PLTR already had a pullback. And then Tesla, AMD, yeah, AMD had broke the trend. We need, okay, at least there's some orders sitting here at the bid, but we did had that move already. Big prints there. the red. Okay, SPY first. Yeah, this is the first pullback at the 5 minutes here. This pullback right here was encountered by buyer, so it should right back. Let's see if SPY has the momentum to go even lower, because we reached that 3 days ago high. So if SPY has a bigger move downside, then that's gonna help our short trade here in Amazon. Okay, there's lots of orders sitting right here at the bid with Amazon. Okay, Mara now, look at this one. We have consolidation. Thing that's putting me in the sideline is it's an all-time high. All right, so Amazon, buyer step in at 153 there. So stop loss here is still that 153.99. SPY encountered some buyers. Yeah, buyers step in SPY, although it's struggling at 473.94. Added to my position there in Amazon short, just building a position to the short. All right, so Mara still is not showing us some signs of pullback at the 15 minutes. AMD had that pullback already. So Amazon with that ad, this one is working nicely. We're waiting for that support to be broken, which is about to. And yeah, this SPY is just gonna add to the flame in our short bias here in Amazon. So the support that we're trying to break off of is 153.42, which is right now, yeah, heading to 153.40. It's just taking its time. Next support here is 153.34. Big order came through there at 67. All right, SPY having a little bit of a pullback. AMD, big rejection at VWAP. All right, that's struggling at 153.35. Yeah, we have a bunch of orders sitting right here at the bid now. SPY now have that created the stop and then having a little bit of a pullback. So that's helping this Amazon here. So Amazon waiting for that support to be broken. We do have lots of bid right here. So next destination here is 153.41. 47, 49. Okay, having that. So 50, 41 is that support. Yeah. The low of this candlestick is at 40, 41. All right. This is going to test that level again. We are below the moving average, below the VWAP, but with Amazon is, it can just have some buyers, you know, scooping this up as well. So average cost is 70, 153.70 here. SPY looking very weak. Well, not very weak, but looks like it is time for a pullback for SPY. Yeah, AMD already covered that big candlestick almost. All right, SPY struggling at the moving average. We're waiting for Amazon to break the support 153.40. This can just take some consolidation as well, just because at this time there are not a lot of volume. So this might take a while. AMD already had, okay, Mara, this is the first weak candlestick here. So Mara, what is coin doing? Just doing a short at Mara. We are looking for that first red candlestick at Mara. So shorting Mara. Stop loss here is the high of the day, 22.11. So risking 30 cents with Mara to the short. First pullback here with Mara. So average cost with Mara is average cost 21.90. 21.90 with Mara short. Stop loss is the high of this candlestick, 22.11. So now we are shorting Mara. We waited for Mara. Confirmation there is coin as well is having a pullback. That's why same sector, Mara and coin. That's why we went short Mara. So this one is not budging. Still is having that support right there. So Mara is working nicely here. We did have to increase some share size with Mara just because of the, yeah, this one is just a couple of cents move for now. So Mara, once we have another 5 minutes here, that's the time to trail our stop. SPY, this is the pullback that we're waiting for. SPY at the 15 is weak. So that's gonna help our Amazon here. Mara, waiting for Mara to break. Well, it did break that support already. Waiting for this to break that 9 EMA. So coin as well, same sector as Mara, already have that pullback. So this one was the leading indicator. That's why we shorted Mara. And we were calling out earlier that we were waiting for a 15 minutes first red candlestick with Mara to have that, first red candlestick in the 15 to short it. So now, already green in this Mara trade. Took some partial with Mara. And moving my stop loss lower than my break even with Mara, just so it doesn't turn into a red trade. All right, back to, so I'm a bit aggressive with Mara, covering just because it's an all-time high, and that all-time high can just encounter some buyers to scoop it up. All right, so Amazon here. So now at least I can monitor my Amazon trade, which is a stop loss is the high of this candlestick, 154. There is a big order, 153.85. This is what's happening because SPY is retesting that support. So waiting for SPY to have that rejection so this trade can work. Otherwise, it's just gonna stop us out. So stop loss 153.97 here. 154. All right, SPY pulling back. Stop loss is just that high of this candlestick. Waiting for that prince. We do have 154 here, so higher, likely that it can go there. 153.90, 92, 93 here, 92. Waiting for SPY for a little bit of a pullback. If not, then yeah, we are out of this trade. So 153, 96, 97. We have 154 here. Almost about to get stop out here. 97. So 96, 95, 93 here, 92. Look at this sprints, 90s, struggling there. If only SPY has a pullback, then this trade can work, but we don't know what SPY would like to do. 90, 91. Mara stopped me out, but that was a green trade in Mara. All right, SPY just had another rejection. $88, $89. 154 is still there. They're not canceling their order. Once this one, we get to 153.70s, then we know that it's just still is weak. So very close to getting stop out here with what 154. Just waiting for that prince. 154 is there. So if this is a legit order sitting right there and not just a bluff, because anytime there's an order sitting right there, they can just cancel that. If that one is filled, then I am out of this trade because that is my stop loss as well, 154. Okay, we're at 0.94, 0.95, 0.95 here. Wait. Yeah. This one is heading to 154. So now it's just between 91 and 92. We're back at 95, having that strong support at 95. SPY is trying to see whether it's going to break the high of the day. So what I do now is, hands is on the trigger to cover this one once we reach that 154, that stop loss right there. Come on. We do that 154 is still there. Highly likely that it's going to go to 154 here. Once it shoot up at 154, that is going to be a massive move. We are just in this 0.93, 0.94 level. We've been in this 0.90, another rejection there. SPY testing the high of the day. SPY, another rejection. SPY just had well, a little bit of a pullback in the 1 minute. 91. SPY have that double top. We're back in that 90.90, 0.92. Double top in SPY. If SPY have this one create a new high of the day, then this is highly unlikely to work. All right, we're back in 80. Got a rejection in 90. So I'm just looking at the tape right here. So the tape keeps on printing 0.84, 0.85, 0.90. Every time we touches 0.90, 93, we get that rejection there. SPY has this double top right here, first, second. So if SPY shoots up, create a new high of the day, then it's unlikely that Amazon short will work. If SPY have that rejection at that double top where it tested this one and got a rejection or push down, then this can work. But right now we are back at 0.92. We're back in that 0.90 as a support there. Yeah, 154 orders still sitting right there to ask. $92. This level, this price right here had been in this consolidation for a while. We're talking about almost an hour where it had been just testing that level. Very strong resistance there with Amazon. Let's see if that 153.90 starts to begin as a support where it will just bounce above that 153.90. 5 minutes in SPY looking strong actually. Okay, 85, 86, another rejection there at 90. So just looking right here, rejection at 90, 0.89. I don't have any prints right here at the top. Prints at the top is a bigger order. There is one that passed through 89. So they are trying to support that level, 153.80, 88. All right, SPY decision here. Let's see, SPY is, yeah, about to break the high of the day, 96, 99, about to get stop out here. 95. Okay, SPY created a new high of the day. 96, 97, SPY pushing up. 154. I'm willing to give it 154.01 because that is, we are heading to that level. That's definite. So let's see if, all right. 0.02 rejection there. Big rejection at 154. Big rejection at 154. I did have to give it 0.01 cents just because that big order, big ceiling right there. Just wanted to see as well what it'll do at 154. So yeah, 154.01 stop loss there. SPY finally had that pullback. So I have to give it a little bit of a room, 0.01 room, because of SPY is also at that technical level where it is having that double top. So SPY having that double top, and then as soon as it have that double top, then a rejection at the double top. So that 0.01, let's see if it's gonna stop us out. All right, so SPY, this is the pullback that we were waiting for. So that is how you kind of look at what SPY is about to do, kind of anticipate. We anticipate, but we don't participate there. So we just look at what is the highly probability that SPY would do. What would that do with our trade? We are back in 153.87.90. That is the support that we are trying to break off of from this. All right, so that is almost an hour here where it's in that level, 98. All right, so out of that trade, that one is just showing some signs of strength now. It broke off of that support, and then yeah, not ready for a short here. All right, let's look at what AMD is doing. AMD, look at the R3 here. Yes, R3. So AMD here, I'm looking for a bounce at R3 for AMD to the long. So we are at R3 here. If this one turn into a hammer, that's gonna turn into a hammer if on the next 5 minutes, well, this one is gonna close in the next 2 minutes. But 139.45, we're talking about almost more 70 cents risk there. So yeah, I'm willing to have this one to the long. 139.50 is the stop loss here. We do have a bunch of orders sitting right here. 89, waiting for this candlestick to close. Let's see, we have 1 minute before this candlestick closes. SPY about to, yeah, just have some buyers scoop SPY up. So looking for a long at 140 with AMD here. So if this one goes to 140, which is highly will go there because of that big order sitting right here, then yeah, this one is a long, especially that SPY is creating an all-time high. So 140 is a good place to long. 15 seconds. What that 15 seconds I'm looking at is candlestick that this candlestick is gonna turn into a hammer, and then the next candlestick is gonna show us, above. There you go. So we created a hammer. We would like to go in here at 140. This one is gonna be a long at 140. So entering long at AMD, we have that hammer right there. SPY having a little bit of a pullback there. Stop loss here is 50 cents, 139.50. We do have a long wick there. So we do have that R3 right there. Big order at 140 here with AMD. So 140, big order here, 40,000 shares. But we do have our stop loss right here, 139.48. So average cost with AMD is 139.96. kind of early there when I hit my, yeah, the ideal one was at this 140, but yeah, got 139.95 as the average cost. Looking at Amazon, I'm still short bias with Amazon here, but waiting for the SPY to give us that signal for, you know, that it's weak. That was a big volume that pushed through here, 139.90. So stop loss 139.49 here. $139.90. Looking at Amazon, looking for some short re-entry to Amazon. And Mara, we got that little bit of a move. Mara was a scalp trade, so we were green at Mara, but now look at how strong it is. So you also, before you enter a trade, you would like to see what kind of strategy are you doing. Are you doing a scalp trade versus giving it a longer time to move? All right, so we are 139.48 is the stop loss here. SPY is at high of the day. 139.49 is the stop loss here. Look at that. It's 139.64. That was a big order that pushed through at that level. 139.90 is here. Amazon is so strong now. Same thing with SPY. So we do have our stop loss at 139.49, because if 139.49 is broken, that support, then this is most likely gonna test the low of the day. That's why we have that support right there, and that is our stop loss. So 139.49. Okay, looks like it's gonna test that support again. About to get stop out here, giving it 139.43, just going under this R3 right here, so 43, waiting for that print here, 48.50. All right, so out of that AMD, so out of AMD, looks like, let's see if this is gonna test the low of the day. Tesla, Affirm is looking weak now. What Amazon, what I would like Amazon to do is even retest the high of the day. Well, the high of the day is all the way to 155. So the next resistance here is 154.4, which is the body of this candlestick. And then, because we are gonna get closer to R3. So yeah, looking for a re-entry to the short here in Amazon. And AMD, so I'm looking for an entry to the reshorting Amazon. With AMD, I'm looking for AMD to bounce off of the low of the day, 138.56. It is already below that R3. So Amazon, big order at 154.35. This is still gonna push up higher. All right, so 139. Next level there, 138.6. Will it go there? Remember that that one is just a zone as well. So yeah, looking for this one looks like it's gonna test the low of the day. Beaton eventually had that little bit of a short. I'm just gonna put that chart together so I don't have to go back and forth to different screens. So yeah, AMD waiting for a bounce up, Amazon waiting for a rejection before shorting that one. All right, AMD, wow, look at this. 138.53. That is the low of this candlestick, 58. SPY still looking strong. Amazon here struggling at 154.39. Volume bar right here is dying. All right, yeah, I'm waiting for a short signal with Amazon. I'm shorting Amazon here. We do have that doji at the 5 minutes. Stop loss is just this high of this candlestick. I will be adding to the short at 154.05. Very close to that add. $154.05 to the short will be the add. That is if SPY also have a pullback. So let's see, I'm actually planning to also just have a short trading day today. So we have this hammer right here. 154.08 will be a good place to add to the short here with Amazon. So 154.08, 54.08, stop loss here, 154.37. SPY still is very strong. Added to my short there at Amazon. So short Amazon, waiting for AMD here to test the low of this candlestick. Amazon at this time, it's not an A+ setup, so higher risk here. So average cost with Amazon with the ad is 154.08. Stop loss is 154.38. So risking 30 cents here with Amazon. AMD is, what is this level? 138. That is yesterday's closing price. All right, Amazon, SPY had been so strong, already doing that center rally. So AMD, that price right there is yesterday's closing price. So right here, 138.88. We closed at that level yesterday, 138.82. Let's see if that level will be supported to the long. All right. Any anomaly with the 1 minute? 138. This candlestick here, if we have a hammer to the 5 minutes, then we can have that to the long. All right, so starting to have a hammer here. We still have 2 minutes here though. All right, this can be a potential to the long once it goes above this R3. What I would like to see is a hammer at the 5 minutes, and then a hammer right here, a white hammer, and then the next candlestick is going above the hammer, and that can be a potential to the long. Of course, a higher time frame is a more solid trade. So if that hammer happened in the 15, that would be a more solid trade compared to a hammer in the 5. But what I'm waiting for is a hammer in the 5. We still have 1 minute left here. So what I would like to see is this one to just close at this level and the next candlestick to go above 139.30. Amazon still is in that consolidation. All right, decision here in the next 40 seconds. 139.38 is, so that support right there, 138.82 was yesterday's closing price. What I can see here though is there's not a lot of buyers now stepping in. So we have to consider that as well. 5 minutes or 5 seconds, I mean. So if this one closed above here, so yeah, this is the hammer that we were waiting for this to form. If it goes above 139.34, I'm willing to go into this trade. So just above this, the hammer right here, with the support in 139.97. So 139.35 will be the entry here to the long. If it doesn't go there, then thesis is invalidated. So 139, just above that wick in the hammer, is going to be a long. 139.36, waiting for that to print right here before I went long here. We're not printing, we're printing only 22, 25. So 29, I'm waiting for a 35 print in the tape before I went long. Look at this, it just keeps on getting in that 20s. So that's how you validate your thesis. It's not printing the 35, that's the one that's missing here. So this one is still weak. So you don't pull the trigger unless you see that 35 print right there. So 24, 23. We're still not printing 35 in the tape here. So we're not going above the high of this wick. So 17, this one is still weak. Yeah, Amazon is working nicely here. We got that reversal in Amazon. I'm waiting for a print at 35. If we don't see that 35 print, then we are still heading lower here. Look at this one, 12, 10. This one is weak. So it did not even have that reversal to the 35.35. Look at that. We're now at 135.05. This is still, there you go. This is, so that's how you validate and validate your theses. How's our volume bar? Yeah, this one still is weak. Not printing 35 here. Amazon is working nicely. Waiting for that print in the 35. So SPY having a little bit of a pullback. 18, 17. No pushed up here. 22. 35. I'm waiting for that 35 here. Now SPY is having a pullback and we're doing long in AMD. So now we have to consider that that one is a low probability trade now because we're going against the SPY. On the other hand, our Amazon is working nicely, but I'm just waiting for that 35 print for me to do along with AMD. So still is a low probability because SPY is, but Amazon is looking good. We had a big rejection at 154 with Amazon. So I'm waiting for a print still of 0.35 here before doing a long in AMD, which is going further and further from 0.35. So this one is even looking like it's gonna break lower than 139. So it's going further away from our entry, which is 139.35 here, 36. Amazon working nicely. Let's see if this one have some buyers who are interested in. We're all below the moving average here. Okay, 22, 2019. It's always have that rejection right there. 27. So we have, okay, this is about to form as a hammer. So 0.35 is the entry to the long here. 0.26, 29, 35. Or still I'm not seeing prints of 35. We're just, okay, entered long in AMD. Stop loss here is just below this moving average, 138.96. All right. If we go above 139.35, thesis is validated, and that's the time that I will add to this position. So 0.35 is, our average cost here is 154.08. So SPY, so the stop loss here is just below this moving average, 30, 29. We're at 34. All right, added to my position there to the long. So long AMD, we're still short with our Amazon here. All right, so just building a position here with AMD to the long. So with the add in AMD, net the best average cost 139.37. So 139.37 is the average cost. Stop loss here is just below this moving average, 139.96. I will trail my stop up once we close this candlestick right here, moving it to the body of this 139.13. Okay, rejection there at that R3. So we have 3 minutes before we form another candlestick here. Amazon working nicely here to the short. That support right there with Amazon. We have been having that strong support for a while. So waiting for that support to be broken. AMD. So stop loss here 139.13. Waiting for this one to push through this moving average. SPY is still looking strong here. All right. Amazon, we're now back at the VWAP. So let's see, 28, 3 more minutes. Amazon is back at the VWAP, but had a rejection right there. AMD is working nicely here. All right, so rejection at the VWAP, but yeah, we're still short here and long AMD. So we're long AMD with average cost of 139.37 and Amazon short with an average cost of 154.08. Retesting that level again. This one was the level that we got stuck in earlier. So that support that AMD encountered was the closing price yesterday. We were waiting for it to test the low of the day, but we encountered some support here. That's why we were looking at this one, getting some anticipation with, what it will do, what kind of candlestick it will form. If that candlestick is formed, then we are willing to risk, and that's what we saw. So we entered long. So Amazon about to break that support that we were struggling to break off of earlier. All right, so AMD with the 15 minutes looking good now. We have that hammer at the 15. So at least the higher time frame is on our side. Wow, just another pullback here. So for this one, since we were able to time it good here, yeah, I'm waiting for the 5 minutes to give us another green candlestick, or in our part it's white, for me to start trailing my stop loss. Let's manage our Amazon trade here. That was a huge drop here with Amazon. This level had tested this level. Oh my. AMD, let's see, pull back here. Stop loss at AMD now is at this level, 139.13. All right, 139.13 is the stop loss in AMD. SPY having a pullback, that's why. So 139.13, stop loss there, AMD, the low of that body. So 139.13, waiting for that print, and we're gonna be all out at that. 18. Yeah, wow, SPY having a big pullback, 27. So still haven't seen any prints there of 13. Amazon, on the other hand, is working nicely in our favor. A bunch of buyers step in and went in to buy this stock at 139.14. Yeah, I could have added to that position on that pullback to the long. Okay, we have to be cautious with SPY. Look at this one, big volume bar came through with SPY. So we have to consider that. So we're still short Amazon here. Amazon still looking weak here. Trying to see if I can add to this position. Not the best add here just because of that 15 minutes. All right, AMD encountered some buyers. Big order right here. So I haven't put in the ad there because there was a big order sitting right there. AMD pushing higher. We are back in that resistance right there. This one, this resistance, we have encountered this resistance a couple of times. AMD still struggling at that 139.63. But the 15 minutes looking strong here with AMD. All right, AMD looking nice here at the 15, but just having still that struggling at that 139.65. So now SPY looking like it's heading lower. Looking at AMD here, I would have to have a very tight stop loss here at AMD because SPY looking that it's weak. This can also just affect our AMD trade here, and this can pull AMD trade here. So that's how I use SPY as a basis. I would be this trade to the long is likely to have the momentum is SPY is pushing higher, but now SPY is having that little bit of a pullback. So yeah, got that rejection there. Another rejection, 139.52. Amazon working nicely to the short. All right, so we're waiting for the decision here with AMD to push this one to 139.65 to break that resistance there. Let's see if Amazon is, so Amazon, we're back in that price range, 375. Right, AMD trying to push higher again here. Just moving average 139.63. $57.60, trying to see if there's any prints higher than that. Okay, took some partial there with AMD. So partial with AMD, I don't like that it's just struggling at that level. So I took some partial with AMD. And I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even with AMD. All right, Amazon here, back in this level. So AMD, I took some partial, and stop loss now is at break even, letting it run. So with Amazon, let's see if Amazon, we're now back in the VWAP in Amazon. Just wanted to manage Amazon trade. That's why I also have that stop loss in AMD, so I can watch Amazon closely here. Time is it? 11:38. So 1 minute, big volume bar came through with Amazon. Must be sellers as well, getting exhausted here. So that's how I see the volume bar. AMD is working nicely. Waiting for Amazon to break the support at 153.57. So AMD struggling at that moving average. The 5 minutes, this level right here, we have tested this level a couple of times. That's also the VWAP here in Amazon. My stop loss now here is 153.84. Did not want to turn that one into a losing trade. All right, so AMD here working nicely. We're retesting that high of this candlestick. So for AMD, we took some partial, just trailing our stop here, just below that moving average. Trailing our stop all the way up here. We're using the 5 minutes here. Amazon back in that level. SPY creating another high of the day. We're back at the VWAP in Amazon. 85. If this one pushed through 86, I will stop out of this trade for a profit, because we've been short all the way up here. I just don't want to give back all that I have made here. So AMD rejection there, but we have a stop loss. $23.83. 83.84. We're back in this consolidation That had been a very strong consolidation since a couple of earlier. 85. AMD having some resistance there. $78, big order there. 85. So that level as well is that resistance. Okay, and let's see if that resistance is gonna turn into a support now. So looking at, this is the one that we were trading earlier. That level right there had that momentum for this to shoot up. But look at the candlestick when it was pushing up. There's not a lot of volume when it pushed up. And then we have that big volume bar when we have this pushed. And then it just had a big rejection there. This one, yeah, is looking even weaker here. It's big rejection at 153.86. AMD, waiting for AMD to push higher than this before we can trail it and move our stop loss even higher. So Amazon, the thing with Amazon is looking at our pivot point analysis, we're actually inside this R3, S3. If you're going to be using a pivot point analysis or a pivot point strategy, the good entry there is, the S3 long, short R3, but we're in between. So that means this one can just go either direction as well. But what we've been seeing is at this level, 90, it had been having that consolidation. So this one is 15 minutes. So for 2-3 hours, we've been stuck in this range. AMD is working nicely to the upside. SPY, testing again the high of the day. Piton, yeah, Piton turned out to be a short. AMD is working nicely, heading to R4. Just trying to see, manage our Amazon trade here. We're back in that 80. Okay. Waiting for this one to close before we trail our stop higher. All right, rejection 153.84. We're back in that range. 85. AMD is working nicely to the long. All right, AMD, we have new candlestick to trail our stop. So now we're aggressive in trailing our stop with AMD because that is a huge move right there. I'm using the 5 minutes. If you want to catch the big move, then using the 15 minutes is fine as well. It's just that know that whatever you made as well, you're gonna be risking higher as well if you're gonna use the 15 minutes. Amazon. All right, Amazon in the 15 minutes. Not a lot of volume here. All right, AMD working nicely. Waiting for AMD to go above R4. About to close this position, 153.91. AMD, This is the pushed higher that we were waiting for. Time to trail our stop. Amazon, I'm going to be stopping out of this trade at 153.91 just because our entry is there, but the 15 minutes is looking like it is still heading higher. So I'm short Amazon at this average cost here. Another rejection at that level, but this level, Amazon have been doing this for a while. So like this, where it had that rejection at that price at 153.81 before it shoot up. That's why just trying to manage this trade very closely. AMD working nicely. But look at the volume bar at the 15 minutes in Amazon. It's not there. So AMD had pulled back. SPY pulling back. But our stop loss in AMD is intact there. So if SPY have more pullback, this is deja vu. We were in this level when SPY is having that double top, and then SPY created another pushed up. So this one pushed higher. Now SPY at the 5 minutes is creating another double top, new double top. So we're back in this level in Amazon. This can just shoot up so quickly as well, just like this. If so AMD stop us out. So AMD, we were able to capture that move with AMD. All right, so out of AMD, but that one was a green trade. What did Mara eventually do? Mara did create that reversal there, but we were watching Amazon and AMD, so we did not get to capture that. All right, deja vu with this trade right here. So SPY, look at what SPY is doing now. Another, looking like another due for a pullback. If SPY does not pull back and this one goes to 153.90, then we're out of this trade. AMD is actually looking strong still, but it stopped us out. That's what I was saying earlier. If you trail your stop with, using the 15, then highly likely that you're still in the trade, but you're going to be risking more if you're doing a higher time frame. All right, so we're testing again that support. SPY is having that pullback in the 5 minutes. Just added to my position here with Amazon, but yeah, we're still short Amazon with the add. That brings my average cost to 153.99. That is a little bit of an aggressive add because it already had that move, but was just looking at SPY and waiting for a little bit more of a pullback with SPY, which looks like an overdue. SPY is now at below the moving average. Waiting for Amazon to break this 153.57, which is the support that we're trying to break off of for a while. 53.92 with that add. Is the average cost. Mara, nice pullback with Mara. So SPY, that's a big pullback right there. But remember this pullback that happened prior to that, it was just bought at 474. Buyer stepped in at that level. So that's a strong support with SPY. So let's see what SPY would do at that for 474 level. All right, so SPY, so far this is the biggest pullback for the day. All right, we lost that moving average. Now if this loses its another moving average, then that will help our short with Amazon. So Amazon testing that strong support 153.58 again. There's not a lot of volume bar during this 15 minutes move up to Amazon. All right, SPY just is about to lose and go lower than that moving average. Amazon testing that support again, 153.55. 153.53. Support, it bounced off that support again with Amazon. SPY doing the same, bounce off of that moving average. Expect some, yeah. So that one acted as a support. So yeah, support there. So just short Amazon, average cost 153.90. Did had to build some position to the short. We're back in that level again with Amazon. So this consolidation right here, let's look at bigger time frame. We're just still in between our pivot point here. Let's look at volume bar here. When I use the 1 minute, it's just the volume bar that I'm trying to look at and see if there's any anomaly with the volume bar. We're back in that 0.74 level, back to that VWAP right there. AMD had that rejection in R4. So yeah, that trade that we did was a scalp trade with AMD. Now SPY heading another leg down, had that rejection in that 9 EMA. Looks like it's about to retest that moving average. So if SPY pull back, then that's gonna help this Amazon trade. All right, SPY retesting that moving average. SPY second retest here, 474. It's going to help this Amazon trade if SPY loses that support. All right, 473. That's going to help this. All right, 474 with SPY. We just lost moving average with SPY, and that is in the 5 minutes. Amazon is not doing anything yet, so let's see. SPY 5 minutes, lost that moving average, touched that in the 15 higher time frame. All right, what else is moving? Mara had a big rejection. How about Nvidia? Nvidia is the same sector as Amazon. Amazon. Nvidia and AMD are the same sectors. Look at AMD. We were all out here before it rolled over. So that's the importance of having your stop loss. And right now it's mostly like a scalp trade here. All right, SPY, 15 minutes, moving average there. We are now below that moving average. Amazon still defending this support, 53.85.64. What I'm looking at AMD is we are retesting this support again. I would like to re-enter long once we go in this level again. If you know the bid and the ask and lots of orders sitting at the ask with AMD. So yeah, but with AMD, know that it can test again the low of the day. So we're waiting for Amazon to break this 153.55. Buyers step in, 153.62 there. SPY already had that pullback. Amazon is still struggling at this level, not breaking that support. Stop loss now here is 153.90. Thought process here is they are trying to have those stop loss get hit. If there's a big anomaly here with a big bid, then that means those stop loss are just getting hit before a big leg down, because we have tested this level a couple of times already. So it's 12. Time is not the best here. We're heading to a bunch of consolidations here. So we did not have a big push up there. AMD is retesting a very critical support there. 153.80. All right, SPY, just the 5 minutes rolled over. Added here to the short with Amazon. Amazon looks like a laggard as well with all right, retesting that support again. SPY rolling over. This is the rollover that we were waiting for SPY. Look at the 5 minutes with SPY. This is a huge candlestick here. All right, so Amazon testing that critical support 153.58. Next support 53.55. Okay, SPY touched the VWAP and then found the support at the VWAP with SPY. AMD, we're back in that support. That one's so quick. Did not get to cover at that 53.55, which is a strong support. Looking at AMD, AMD is back in that strong support, which is yesterday's closing price. Did not get to cover right here because I saw SPY heading to the VWAP, and that could have been a good cover here. $53.54. Tesla rolling over as well. It is now below the VWAP. AMD looks like if SPY found support at the VWAP, then AMD could be a potential to the bounce up. Yeah, that was a big order that pushed through right there. Let's look at even a higher time frame here. That was a support right there. Looking at AMD. So with AMD, it had tested that support 3 times, 139.13. So 139.13. Look at our time frame. Know that at this time there would be a lot of fake outs because we're heading to the 12. So yeah, heading to 12, lots of fake out here. So be very careful. There might not be any follow through that will happen. So we're testing that support again. We're waiting for that support to be broken. Waiting for that support to be broken. 153.54. $53.54. Okay, SPY heading higher, bounce off of VWAP. So SPY, let's see if we can. SPY is struggling at that level. We are back at VWAP in Amazon. Alright, AMD here. Looking for a long in AMD. If SPY have found its bottom. So yeah, looking for a long in AMD. This level had supported this. The only thing with a higher time frame with AMD, let's see, 139.44. This one is a hammer taking. Let's see if I can enter a long. Yeah, my position, my capital is tied in Amazon, but this one looks like a long with AMD. A stop loss in 139.13. But yeah, I can't enter because of Amazon. My capital is tied with Amazon. But AMD looks like a long in the 5 minutes with the entry now at 139.47 and the stop loss at 139.12. So risking 30 cents there. That one had a double bottom. So first bottom, second bottom. So yeah, entry right now 139.44. Stop loss is 139.14 or 12. So risking 30 cents there. I just can't enter that trade just because of the Amazon trade that I'm in. Now, consider the time. Time is 12:06, so there might not be a lot of follow through. So we have to be mindful of that. 139.69, we're waiting for 54 to be broken. There is 139.50 here. We haven't seen that before, so bunch of orders at the bid, but it's always, let's see, 139.60s. So bunch of orders sitting now at the bid. Big volume bar came through here. AMT, if you enter that before that call out at 40s, you should be sitting nicely at 10 cents profit at least now. $62, waiting for that 153.50. 5 minutes. This one is gonna close in the next 2.5 minutes. 162, 60s. '60s. We're now 50, 58 here, 50s, 56. All right, just covered my position there. This can pretty much just break that support, but I messed up a trade here. So yeah, but looks like it is. Let's see if this is gonna head down. So AMD now, I was calling this one out to the long at 139.44. I have a position in Amazon that I cannot re-enter AMD here. But at this point, it is late to the party. But yeah, that one is a high probability trade to the long because of this double bottom that it created. And that double bottom, that support there from yesterday is the closing price of yesterday. So yeah, that could have been a good long there. At this point, you know, that 5 minutes, you should have your stop lost at break even because that's already a 20 cents move. Apple hammer right there. And yeah, that's, I don't think I'm gonna be trading anymore. AMD is still is a long looking, but if you entered at 139.44, it had moved to 72, so we're talking about like 30 cents there. And you should have had your stop loss now at break even. So this, we went all out at Amazon, but yeah, looks like this one is still heading lower now. It had tested that support a couple of times, but just because I did have a mess up trade here, I exit this one prematurely. All right, so what else here? Affirm. Affirm is a short looking here with a 15 minutes, 50, 54. What is that? 50, 54. Wow, that's gonna be risking $1. Now, I would not be willing to risk $1 for this one. Look at how big that wick is. So yeah, Affirm, although it's looking weak at the 15 minutes, I would not even dare go into that trade because we'll be risking $1. Although you can mitigate that with a smaller share size, but yeah, at this time of the day, look at this one, it's still heading lower. AMD 139.36. That's a big rejection at 139.74. SPY now heading below the VWAP. Mara, we were able to capture the short in Mara, but the big short was this. All right, so let's see if there's any other trades that we can call out. All right, it's AMD. They're really defending this level right here, yesterday's closing price. Look at how that one bounced off of that. So if SPY is at the VWAP right now, this is the price that I re-entered AMD earlier, 139.36. Do we have an anomaly? If that 139.36 is defended to the long, then I'm willing to go long here with AMD. All right, so entering long at AMD, SPY is at the VWAP. If SPY goes below the VWAP, then this one has a low probability for this to go to higher, but just willing to risk up to 139.12 here, small position now. So yeah, at this point, lowering down my risk by just a small share size and only risking up to 139.12 for this. All right, SPY is below the VWAP at the 5 minutes. All right, SPY heading very below the VWAP, testing that support. So let's see here, 139.30. If this support, so I'm willing to risk 139.28 here. That is the support right there. 3 times that it touches that support, 139.28. So now I'm just risking, just because this first support, second and third, 139.28. Time of the day is 12, so there could be a lot of fake outs. So average cost here. So my stop loss is 139.27 with average cost of 139.42. So at the beginning of the day, if this one goes above my entry, I could have added to that position. But just because we are at 12, there could be a lot of fake outs. That's why no add to that position. All right, so my stop loss at 139.27. All right, SPY now is again at the VWAP. So 27, if that 27 prints, then I'm out of this trade. 36, 38. And this is gonna be my last trade here. 38. 43, that's a big prince there to the green. Very tempting to add this to this position, but it's just the time of the day that's holding me back to enter and add to the position. $45. SPY is at the VWAP, so 39.42. 47, if this one pushed up at this level, then 43, that's just almost just a break even there. So 27 is the stop loss there. 139.27, let me just put in my stop loss because I am getting tired looking at this tape. 139.27, 139.27. All right, stop loss is there. Now I can just play with this stop loss and just move it around, drag it to where I can drag it. SPY, yeah, still looking weak there. All right. I'm waiting for this one to test this high, 139.74, and at that time we can have this to our break even. All right, so now just moving it to break even. Come on, breaking to break even. Moving this higher than my break even, just that support right there, below the moving average. If this one stopped me out, then I'm totally fine with that. Again, this one is just a small position. So, all right. Okay, that's the big resistance that we were talking about earlier. Giving my stop loss, very aggressive with the stop loss here. Just because SPY is at the VWAP, so aggressively moving this stop loss, which is about to get stop out. All right, so stop out. All right, so I am done with my trade. Did not want to trade anymore just because I do have an appointment and I have to catch the train. So with this, let's look at plug. All right, so with that, just gonna do all right, so I am just gonna be doing a recap. What else is moving here? All right, so be careful at this time. At this time, there will be a lot of choppiness. There will be a lot of fake outs. Especially look at what SPY is doing. SPY now is at the VWAP. When a SPY is at the VWAP at 12, expect that it can just consolidate at the VWAP, starting now until the market closed. So SPY had a big move already to the upside from 472 all the way to 474, given that that's just a $2. That's a all-time high here since a couple of weeks ago. So since SPY is at the VWAP, you don't want to open any positions at this point just because SPY again can just consolidate and that will be a lot of choppiness that can happen as well. If it looks like it's about to break higher or it's about to go lower, but it can just consolidate at this point. So I'm not encouraging any trades at this point. The higher probability trade can happen at power hour, but at this point I would not recommend opening any position. All right, so let's just do our recap here. All right, so we did a couple of trades today, and let's just go over one by one. So first is make sure everything is shared here. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. It's 12:19. We're just doing a recap right here. So we traded a couple of stocks, 1, 2, 3, 4 stocks, and yeah, all green trades here. And just finishing the day with this trades that we did. So first trade that we did was plug. I did not like what Mara, Amazon, AMD were doing at the open because they were at the all-time high, and I'm not comfortable doing any opening range breakdown at the open just because that can give you a very nice profit, but also if you are in the wrong side of the trade, that can give you a very big loss as well. So I stay away from opening range breakout for now, unless there's a big gap up. But with Amazon, AMD, Mara having an all-time high, it's not giving you that big of a gap up, and that what we have, like at least a 30 days of consolidation and a gap up there with an all-time high. It's just stair climbing up that it's difficult for an opening range breakout to have a follow through. So let's look at first plug. Saying that, and knowing that we're at all-time high with AMD, Amazon, Mara, I stayed away from it at the open. So what I did was the plug. What I saw with plug at the daily, this one is daily, not doing as much, but what I saw with the 15 minutes, our pivot point analysis when we are under that consolidation is this one. So consolidation, so yesterday, so we have this, let me make this different color. All right, so yesterday, our R3 and S3, we opened below that. So for pivot point analysis, it's weak looking from yesterday. Of course, the daily will tell you that it is weak because it closed red. But today, we have the R3, we have the S3, and it opened in between that. It pushed right up at the R3 and then have that rejection right there. So when I saw that it is at the R3, R3 right here. So R3 can be a good place for a rejection. I saw it right here, shorted there, and I was just trailing my stop. And with that trailing my stop, it was just almost like a break even. So a move of 4.44 all the way to 4.41, a very small move. I did have to increase my share size so I can have be able to capture that move. I did not get to capture it all the way down here because I was looking at Mara, Amazon, and AMD. But it stopped me out. I lowered my stop loss lower than the break even. So even if it stopped me out, I'm still green with that. Next one is, so that trade happened at, that's the first trade, 9:45. Next one. Next one here is AMD. AMD, the trade happened there at 10:15. Amazon. Trade happened after AMD, let's see, at 10. And next one is Mara. All right, so Amazon is at 10. All right, so what I saw with Amazon was this one is also at all-time high. The pivot point analysis, same thing, is you have your strong stock yesterday. Strong stock opened above that R3S3. We are in between this R3S3. We have a strong support at that S3. So I went long right here, seeing the 15 minutes, having that respect at R3S3. Entry is at the 5 minutes. So we got the setup there. You got the hammer, entered long, and then partialed right here. And let's see. Tried to short this one, did not work. So with the long, I got 836. And then trying to short it at this level. Short. But look at how this one was not an A+ setup because now I'm trading in between the R3S3. So shorted it here, got stop out, and then all out here as well because that is the stop loss that I have. Tried to short it again and was able to capture it here. So first short did not work out. Second short did work out, but that's why the short is just almost a break even, 96. This short right here did not work out. Was able to capture this short. A bit aggressive with the, went all out here because I did have to dig myself with this short that did not work out. So 2 trades to the short, almost just a break even. So that one was a 96. And then next one is Mara. Mara trade here. Did not happen, not until 10:45. Let's see, AMD. So 10:15, I saw a setup with AMD. AMD, I did not want to do an opening range breakout. I was saying and calling it out that it's difficult to trade AMD because of this big candlestick right here at the 15. So with that 15-minute candlestick, did not want to mess up any trade, so was very patient with this. AMD at the daily is looking very strong, as well as SPY. SPY is very strong as well. So what I was looking at was a 9 EMA. Given that it broke below the 9 EMA, we do have that moving average right here, the 20 EMA. So I used that 20 EMA to the to the long. So we have that doji, almost doji looking at the 5 minutes. Right at the open, I was strong bias with AMD, but I would not want to chase this one because it already went all the way up here without showing some signs of weakness up to 143.5, 138.5. So that one was a $5 move. I saw a doji right here, went long above that doji and trailing my stop, and was able to capture that move to the VWAP. And with that, AMD was all out right there, trailing my stop. I saw how it was respecting that level as well. So I entered long again, added to my position, trailing my stop. I was all out when it hit my initial entry, but still that one was a green. Tried to do another long here, got stop out, and then long, added to my position, was able to capture that long, very small move right there. So AMD long, we got 836. And then last one, the Mara. Mara is just a scalp trade here. So what we saw was the 5 minutes. Mara is also on all-time high, so very hard to short this one. But when we saw that we are all green, green candlestick to the upside for 15 minutes, was saying that at the first sign of weakness, which is the red candlestick, we will short it. So we got that signal, short it right here, added to my position, took some partial. We do have that support right there, tested that support a couple of times, and moving my stop loss at break even. So with Mara, it's just a small green trade, 210 to the short. And we did not get to see this one because we were in the middle of our Amazon trade as well as AMD, but it eventually had that very good move to the downside. With Mara, we were using coin as our the trail, just because that coin is the same sector as Mara. So with that, ending the day with all green trade, but we did have to sit on the sideline for at least 30 minutes, because when everything is all-time high, you don't want to chase any stock. SPY is all-time high as well, and that gave us a little bit of a being on the cautious side, because SPY, you never know when is it due for a pullback until it does. So we let it tell us what it wants to do, and then just ride those stocks that are giving us the setup. We were looking at PR as well for the short, but there's not a lot of volume, as well as this one was just moving like 30 cents. So we did not take this one to the short, which I'm glad we did not, because it just closed the gap. So with that, 1, 2, 3, 4 stocks that we traded, all green. I hope you guys were green today as well. I will be cutting this trade just because I have a meeting and I would have to call it a day. So let's see here if there's any other setup before we close this one. So I hope you guys had a green trading day, and I will just share my scanner here and see what else will transpire. So Tesla is here, and then what we were watching, AMD, Amazon, Mara is here, and then Plug. All right. right, so all of that, let me just share this one, and I'm gonna be putting the news on as well if you guys just wanted to hear the news and see what else will be there. But again, be very careful. We're heading to that midday, so a lot of choppiness that can happen there. So yeah. So this is the one that I'm watching. All right, so that is our watch list there. And yeah, let's see if there's anything. So at this time as well, you might want to change your time frame to 15 just to silence those noise. So with that, thank you so much for watching. We'll do this again next time. And yeah, I hope you guys had a great trading day. So thank you and have a good one. Bye.
Dispute, patent dispute. Shares of Pfizer at the highs now, 27.98 after that the Josh Brown mention, PFE. J&J, Stephanie Link on CNBC buys J&J. All right, Rivian, popping to the highs now, 24.52. Romeo, India, Victor, November.
Fed's Bostic says there's still a ways to go on inflation, even though the Fed has made tremendous progress.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
And Fed's Bostic says the pandemic policies left families and businesses in much stronger positions, able to absorb restrictive policy. And Fed's Bostic says, I expect inflation to continue to come down slowly and unevenly. And Fed's Bostic says, I expect a tight labour market to continue moving forward. And Bostic says, my outlook is for continued cooling in inflation and labour. Fed's Bostic says that wages have been a trailing indicator
SMAP,
and a way to
Sports-
retain
Sportsmap
workers.
Tech acquisition share is currently halted for news. Sandy Michael Alpha Papa.
Fed's Bostic says I have to keep an eye out to ensure that output does not become too weak. Fed's Bostic says the Fed is in a good place with a pathway to fixing inflation without much labor market pain.
Zach's under $10 pick. Foxtrot uniform sending November. Shares of Fusion Pharma. Again, Zach's under $10 pick, popping here to the highs, $5.99. Foxtrot uniform sending November.
Fed's Bostic says businesses are increasingly saying they do not have the same pricing power as earlier in the pandemic.
APTV, final trades on CNBC. Aptiv, MELI, Mercado Libre, FTNT Fortinet, and TOST Toast final trades on CNBC. Shares of Toast getting a pop. TOST.
Fed's Bostic says the Fed is not going to jump at the first data point.
Fed's Bostic said the Fed is not going to jump at the first data point. Pandemic policies left families and businesses in much stronger position, able to absorb restrictive policy. Bostic said inflation to continue to come down slowly and unevenly. That's the Atlanta Fed president. Expect tight labor market to continue moving forward.
Fed's
Paying a lot of
Bostic says
attention to
policy
3
will
and
need to
6 month
be
inflation
resolute and
figures. They are
patient.
coming down. Wages have been a trailing indicator and a way to retain workers. Have to keep
Protect
an
your
eye out to
trades
ensure
from macro
output does
headline
not become
risk
too
with
weak.
Financial Juice Pro.
Business and
Now
employers
only
still see economy
$99
as
a year
strong with
for
robust
our real-time
demand.
service.
Fed is in a good place with a pathway to fixing inflation without much labor market pain. Bostic said businesses increasingly saying they do not have the same pricing power as early in the pandemic. Bostic said Fed is not going to jump at the first data point. That from the Atlanta Fed president, Bostic.
Fed's Bostic says sentiment about the economy may become more positive if wage gains continue to outpace inflation and eases sticker shock of inflation.
Fed's Bostic says sentiment about the economy may become more positive if wage gains continue to outpace inflation, eases sticker shock of inflation. That's from the Atlanta Fed President Bostic. U.S. State Department said we welcome China playing a constructive role in trying to prevent Houthi attacks on international shipping.
French Finance Minister Le Maire says France and Germany are close to a 100% agreement on EU fiscal rules. Le Maire also adds the agreement will come tonight. Fed's Bostic says the market's response to the Fed is interesting. We'll have to watch how it plays out.
MSTR MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor said 2024
Fed's
will
Bostic
be a
says debt is
crypto
a
bull
factor
run.
to consider about the economy, but not the only one. It depends on how money is used.
Correction
Fed's
sales, the
Bostic says
former
budgetary
CEO
trade-offs
of
will become more acute because of
MicroStrategy.
high debt
Correction on that.
servicing costs.
Saylor, the executive chairman of MSTR. Bostic says debt is a factor to consider about the economy, but not the only one. Depends
Do you
on
want
how
to
money
stay up
is
to date
used.
with the
Budgetary
latest and
trade-offs
be
will
on the
become
bleeding
more
edge of news for
acute
non-farm
because
payrolls?
of higher debt
Then sign
servicing
up today and
costs.
get our special offer of
That's
Financial Juice Pro
the
for a
Atlanta
year's worth of our service
president.
for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
$87 counterparties take $773.082 billion at the Federal Reserve repo operation. Fed's Bostic says now is not the time to consider changing the inflation goal, but nothing
Bostic
should
said now
be
is not
etched
the
into
time to
stone.
consider changing the inflation goal, but nothing should be etched in stone. Bostic said no one should think 2% is the only number the Fed could have for inflation, but will keep it until price stability is restored.
Fed's Bostic says no one should think 2% is the only number the Fed could have for inflation, but will keep it until price stability is restored. So just to repeat that there, no one should think 2% is the only number the Fed could have for inflation, but will keep it until price stability is restored. Fed's Bostic says the Fed cannot wait to get to 2% to reduce rates or it will overshoot. That is the strategy behind rate cuts. So Fed's Bostic projects 2 rate cuts next year in the second half of 2024 and adds there is not going to be urgency to back away from restrictive policy stance.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
CGEN, CompuGen shares getting a pop here. Charlie Golf Echo November. $2.06 now, up 182% off the highs. Company earlier announcing a licensing deal with Gilead and another payment from milestone payment from AstraZeneca. That's Charlie Golf Echo November. Brian Armstrong, Coinbase CEO, currently on CNBC. Coinbase CEO discussing crypto regulation. That's Charlie Oscar, India, November. Also discussing Bitcoin ETF. Coming up after the close today, earnings from FedEx, FDX, also WOR, Worthington Industries reporting, and SCS Steelcase after the close. Yemen's Houthis, with this statement, said don't represent any threat to any country. We only target Israeli ships or ships heading toward Israeli ports. EXAS, Exact Sciences share is popping here. Echo X-ray Alpha Sandy. EXAS. Exact Sciences share is up right now about 3.5%, 6704 on EXAS, Echo X-ray Alpha Sandy. Shopify, new highs now 79.77, up 3.5%. Sandy Hotel Oscar Papa.
So in 10 minutes' time now, we expect comments from RBNZ Governor Orr. So in 5 minutes' time now, we expect comments from the RBNZ Governor, speaks at the Parliament Select Committee on MPS. Shortly expecting comments from RBNZ Governor Orr.
White House's Kirby says U.S. and partners would do what they have to do to protect ships.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says interest rates are restricting spending.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
And RBNZ's Governor Orr says levels of core inflation remain too high. And RBNZ's Governor Orr says Q3 GDP was surprisingly subdued.
Shares of Compugen, $2.13 now, up about 192%. Stifel, with a note a little while ago, said they're raising their price target from $3 to $4. That's Charlie Golf back in November.
And RBNZ's Governor Orr says I'm surprised by extremely high net immigration. RBNZ's Governor Orr says inflation remains too high and the committee remains wary of ongoing inflationary surprises. Also seeing comments from RBNZ's Conway now, says seeing more demand impact from immigration.
Shares of Exact Sciences, right now off the highs up about 7.3%. EXAS.
NYMEX WTI crude oil futures settling at $73.44 a barrel, which is up 97 cents or 1.34%. RBNZ Governor Orr says the neutral interest rate is now at 2.5%.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Brent crude futures settle at $79.23 a barrel, which is up $1.28 or 1.64%. RBNZ's Governor Orr says medium-term inflation target gives the MPC flexibility. RBNZ's Governor Orr says New Zealand house prices have stopped falling, they're now moving sideways.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
UEN. This company has received notice from NASDAQ. The company, the trading of its common stocks will be suspended at 20th, which is tomorrow. CRM, Fortune magazine reporting that Slack is undergoing more leadership changes as 3 executives leave, including the COO. It's Charlie Romeo Mike, CRM. CUEN shares resuming trade and continuing lower on that delisting news, down 46%.
So we're looking now to the early market on close imbalance, close to flat at 5 million to the sell side. So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still flat at 5 million to the sell side. So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 5 million to the sell side. So the US weighs whether to attack Houthis beyond the defensive task force. So again, the US weighing whether to attack Houthis beyond the defensive task force. So looking now to the market on close imbalance, 2 billion to the buy side. So again, market on close imbalance is at 2 billion to the buy side.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
In Yemen are considered. People familiar say that no decision is made yet on striking Houthis. However, though, again, the US is weighing whether to attack Houthis beyond their current defensive task force. So at the top of the hour then, at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, get the US overall net capital flows. Prior read of minus 67.4 billion. Need tick long-term transactions, so a prior read of minus 1.7 billion. So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour on the cash equity close, we do get the US overall net capital flows, prior read of minus 67.4 billion. Also get the US tick long-term transactions, prior read minus 1.7 billion. One minute remaining. I'll lead with the US overall net capital flows. Ten seconds. minus 83.8 billion, minus 83.8 billion, with the tick long-term transactions 3.3 billion, 3.3 billion.
LANC, Lancaster Colony, naming a new chairman, Alan Harris. That's Lima Alpha November Charlie. FDX trading higher, FedEx ahead of their report, Foxtrot Delta X-ray. ACRS, Aclaris announcing reduction in workforce. That's Alpha Charlie Romeo Sandy. ACRS. Company has a plan to reduce its workforce by 46%. That's ACRS. Shares of Aclaris getting us just a penny pop here, penny move higher after that news. ACRS, Alpha Charlie Romeo Sandy. NNBR, NN announcing $10 million new business win in automotive electrical wiring. That is November Bravo Romeo, NNBR. No Labs out with their results in a 10 K filing, Kilo November Whiskey. Shimmick Corporation, SHIM, also out with their earnings. Shimmick reporting $1.58. No estimate on SHIM. Adjusted $1.67. Steelcase reporting 26 cents. The estimate on Steelcase was 23 cents. Revenue of $777.9 million. The estimate was $796 million. So that is a beat on earnings, our sales revenue coming in short, a beat on earnings for Sandy Charlie Sandy. FedEx reporting $3.99. FedEx reporting $3.99. Adjusted, the estimate was $4.20 for FedEx. FedEx shares are selling off here sharply now on that miss. Earnings miss for FedEx. FedEx sees capital spending for 2024 of $5.7 billion. Expects to repurchase additional $1 billion of common stock during FY 2024. Shares of UPS initially pulling back with FedEx, getting a bounce here, actually pulling back now. UPS trading lower along with FedEx. FedEx confirms its full year 2024 fiscal adjusted earnings outlook. FedEx now at $267, down about $13 following that earnings report coming in below estimate. Foxtrot Delta X-ray. Shares of Steelcase, SCS also trading lower now, down $1.19 on their report. Sandy Charlie Sandy. GH, Garden Health. Garden Health says FDA advisory panel tentatively is scheduled to review the PMA for company's Shield blood test to screen for colorectal cancer on March 28th, 2024. That's GH. WPRT, Westport awarded development contract with a global heavy truck manufacturer. Whiskey Papa Romeo Tango, WPRT. Shares of Westport getting a pop here. LIAN, Lian Bio, announced the departure of its CEO. Will continue to evaluate strategic alternatives for the company. That's Lima India Alpha November. FedEx shares falling further now, $260, down $20 now following that earnings miss reported in the last 10 minutes. That's Foxtrot Delta X-Ray. Shares of United Parcel, UPS, also falling now $158, down about $3.50 for $3.62 down for UPS. Uniform Papa Sandy off of the FedEx results.
So following the close of the US cash equities markets, just going to give you guys a quick market wrap of the session today. So Wall Street extended its rally today, shrugging off warnings from policymakers trying to rein in expectations for Federal Reserve rate cuts. The Nasdaq 100 set another all-time high, while the S&P 500 added 0.6%, fast approaching the benchmark's record peak. Atlanta Fed President Bostic's prediction that the U.S. central bank would only cut rates twice next year, which is well below traders' expectations for at least 5 cuts, did little to dent market optimism. So bonds held on to gains, with yields on the US 10-year, a proxy for mortgage rates, are slipping to around 3.93%. The rate on the policy-sensitive 2-year hovered around 4.44%. So traders were unfazed by a surge in new US home constructions in November, as builders continue to benefit from a limited supply of existing home sales. Residential starts jumped 14.8% last month to 1.56 million annualized rate. Government data did show this morning.
KNW No Labs reported a loss of $15.29 million versus a loss of $20.17 million in the same year, full year period in 2022. That is a reduction of 24% in their loss, 24% smaller loss this year than last for Kilo November whiskey. CBRE Group filed for mixed shelf size not disclosed. That's Charlie Bravo Romeo Echo, CBRE.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, you get the US API stock change numbers for the week. So crude oil stock change forecast of minus 2.233 million on the prior, minus 2.2349 million. I also get the Cushing stock change. The prior was 1.4 million. Distiller stock change, a prior of 0.3 million, and the gasoline stock change, a prior of 5.8 million.
ELIQ, Electric Power Holdings Company, and Meteora entered into a termination and security agreement on December 14th. That's Echo Lima India Kilo, or Echo Lima India Quebec, ELIQ. Correction on that. TMDX Transmedics says on December 18th, Transmedics acquired a fixed-wing aircraft from Monday Aviation for about $13.2 million. That's Tango Michael Delta X-Ray, TMDX. ENS Enersys provides update on IRC Section 4 SX tax credit benefits and updated guidance. That is Echo November Sandy. Enersys says that the company expects annual tax credits that are recorded as a reduction to cost of goods and sold and not subject to taxation will be in the range of about $120 to $160 million versus the previous range of 80 to 120. Company now expects Q3 2024 fiscal adjusted diluted earnings to be $2.50 to $2.60, which is an adjustment. Previously communicated range of $1.80 to $1.90. So that's a raising of their guidance. The estimate $1.85 for ENS. Shares of Enersys getting a pop on light volume. That's Echo November Sandy, ENS. INBK.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the
setting
release
their
of the weekly
buyback.
API stock change numbers. So crude oil
That's
stock change
India November Bravo
forecast
Kilo.
minus 2.233 million on the prior minus 2.349 million. A Cushing stock change, so a prior of 1.4 million. Distillate stock change, a prior of 0.3 million. Gasoline stock change, a prior of 5.8 million.
ACON, the Clarion shares off the highs now, 51 cents, up 22 cents after patent news earlier. That's ACON.
Shortly expecting the US API stock change numbers. I'll lead with the crude oil stock change when it's released. So keep in mind this data is released privately to API subscribers at the bottom of the hour. We'll be getting this data via public sources as soon as it's available there. This can take up to 15 minutes sometimes. I will get the data out to you as soon as it's available.
VTV Therapeutics company said on December 13th, we received a letter from the NASDAQ notifying that the company is not in compliance with the NASDAQ listing rule. Shares not having a required market value of $35 million for the last 30 consecutive days. That's Victor Tango. API data is out now. Crude dipping slightly. Crude, a build of 939,000. Gasoline, a build of 669,000. Distillates, a build of 2.738 million. That is the API data. Crude now at 74.13. FULT, Fulton Financial, announcing increased common stock dividend, preferred stock dividend, and $125 million share buyback. That's Foxtrot Uniform Lima Tango, FULT. Shares of FedEx right now
So
at
seeing the release of the US API stock change
$258.40.
numbers, crude oil stock
Off the
change a
lows
build of
following their earnings miss.
0.939 million. That's at
Foxtrot Delta X-ray.
0.939 million, so that's higher than the expected draw of
UPS off the lows now,
2.233 million.
158.80, down
Cushing
about
stock
$3
change,
on
build
UPS.
of 1.853 million, 1.853 million. Gasoline, a build 0.669 million, 0.669 million. And distillates also a build at 2.738 million, 2.738 million.
CVAC, CureVac announcing decision of German Federal Patent Court in broad patent litigation with BioNTech. Not sure if that's new headline or earlier press release. Company earlier said they would appeal the patent decision before the German Federal Court of Justice. That's CVAC.
France's Finance Minister Le Maire says that France and Germany conclude an agreement on EU fiscal rules.
Myomo said on December 13th, entered into renewed employment agreement with Paul Gudons, the president, CEO, and chairman. Gudons shall continue to serve as the CEO of the company. That is Michael Yankee Oscar. PETV, Pet Vivo, in an 8K filing said entered into First Amendment distribution services agreement with MWI Veterinary to Supply Company on December 13th. That's PETV. CCO Clear Channel naming a new CFO. That's Charlie Oscar. CCO, new CFO for the company. CCO. LUNR Intuitive Machines announcing M1 lunar mission launch update. That is Lima Uniform November Romeo. Company launch of the company's IM-1 lunar mission is now targeted for a multi-day launch window that opens no earlier than February 2024. That is LUNR. CLAR, Claris Corporation, popping here after hours. CLAR company earlier announced, earlier filing that Warren Kanders offered to buy Precision Business from the company for $160 million. That's CLAR, Charlie Lima Alpha Romeo. MITK, MITech, naming a new CFO, Michael India Tango Kilo. CLAR Claris hitting $7.23 at the highs now after hours CLAR. NHWK Nighthawk Biosciences announcing at the market offering prospectus covering offer of up to $4.04 million of common stock that may be issued and sold from time to time. That is November Hotel Whiskey Kilo, NHWK. SPEC, Spectre Holdings, said on December 15th, got a letter from the NASDAQ notifying the company that it was not in compliance with MVPHS rule. That's Sandy Papa Echo Charlie. AMC, Alpha Michael Charlie. AMC, and a filing now says on December 19th, the company entered into
Do you
a
want to
privately
stay up to date
negotiated
with the
exchange
latest and
agreement
be on the
under
bleeding edge of
which
news
issue-
for non-farm payrolls?
which
Then sign up
it will
today
issue
and
an
get our
aggregate of
special offer of
3.348
Financial
million
Juice Pro
shares
for a year's
of the
worth of our
company's Class A
service for
common
the price
stock
of 1 month.
in
and
exchange
save
for
92%.
$25 million aggregate principal amount of its 10%, 12%
White House,
cash
Biden vetoes resolution
Chicago
disapproving
second,
CFPB small business
lien
loan rule.
subordinated notes to 2026. That is Alpha Michael Charlie, AMC.
Japan's government to increase long-term interest rate estimate for next fiscal year. Nikkei.
MIGI, Mawson Infrastructure, announced new customer agreement for 1,764 miners, or about 6 megawatts, with provisions for expansion. That is Michael India Golf, India. MIGI. FEAM 5E Advanced Materials said as of December 8th, available cash and cash equivalents was $4.34 million. That's Foxtrot Echo Alpha Michael. UNP, Union Pacific, out with some guidance, comments. It says working closely with multiple government agencies to reopen the El Paso Eagle Pass border crossing closed by the USCPB yesterday. Estimate that the overall economic impact of the border closure is more than $200 million per day. Says at this time, Department of Homeland Security does not have an estimated time of reopening of El Paso and Eagle Pass border crossings. That's UNP, Union Pacific. That's from a filing. XAIR, Beyond Air, popping here after hours, X-ray Alpha India Romeo. XAIR. A company with a Form 4 filing. Insider purchase of 1.2 million shares by Director Robert Carey. That is XAIR. Shares purchased at $1, average price of $1.63 per share. XAIR on that large insider buy share is now $1.99 at the highs, 29 cents after hours. XAIR. INBK, First Internet Bancorp, filed for mixed shelf offering of up to $200 million. That's INBK. SIEB, Siebert Financial, and KCAL Pay mutually agreed to terminate stock purchase agreement. That's Sandy India Echo Bravo.
Colorado court rules that Trump is disqualified from 2024 ballot. Goolsbee cautions market against euphoria in Fox News interview. Goolsbee from the Fed can reconsider restriction if inflation continues to decrease. Goolsbee from the Fed asserts decisions are apolitical. Goolsbee of the Fed, inflation is the deciding factor in easing restrictions. Goolsbee of the Fed, market desires should not bully the Fed. Japan's November exports to EU remain unchanged year on year. MOF. Japan's exports decline in November for the first time in 3 months. MOF. New Zealand plans to issue 136 billion New Zealand dollars in gross bonds for the 4 years ending in June 2027, up from 129 billion New Zealand dollars in the budget.